All right, guys, so we're continuing on CompTIA. I do have a test on it June 18th, so I'm trying to focus more on CompTIA. Certified Ethical Hacker is going to be kind of put on the back burner for a little bit, so that way I can actually pass this. I might do like an hour, 2 hours of that, but like the rest of my day is going to be dedicated to CompTIA Security Plus. So we were talking about data and privacy expectations. So we're going into the, wait, let me make sure I didn't skip anything here. Lessons here. Whole lot of mediums. Oh, I missed this for some reason. All right, VPCs and transit gateways. Routing can be configured between subnets within a VPC. This traffic can be subject to cloud native ACLs, allowing or blocking traffic on the basis of host IP and ports. Alternatively, traffic could be routed through a virtual firewall instance or other security appliance. Connectivity can also be configured between VPCs in the same account or with VPCs belonging to different accounts, and between VPCs and on-premises networks. Configuring additional. Is this working? Let's refresh this. A refresh. Am I streaming? It says I'm streaming. Why is it not showing up on my Twitch account? Hang on, guys. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the technical difficulties. Get rid of that. There. My channel. Okay. Fine, whatever. Don't care, don't care. Okay. I was having some technical difficulties. All right. So access control lists allowing or blocking traffic on the basis of host IPs and ports. Alternatively, traffic could be routed through a virtual firewall instance or other security appliance. Connectivity can also be configured between VPCs in the same account or with VPCs belonging to different accounts, and between VPCs and on-premises networks. Configuring additional VPCs rather than subnets within a VPC allows for a greater degree of segmentation between instances. A complex network might spill segments between different VPCs across different cloud accounts for performance or compliance reasons. Traditionally, VPCs can be interconnected using peer relationships and connected with on-premises networks using VPN gateways. These one-to-one VPC peering relationships can become difficult to manage, especially if each VPC must interconnect in a mesh-like structure. Oh, hey, hello. Sorry, I just noticed you. So, guys, just real quick, I was initially going to go into the data privacy stuff. I don't know if you saw it, but I missed a couple sections in chapter 15, so I'm going back over VPNs and VPCs and transit gateways. So a transit gateway is a simpler means of managing these interconnections. Essentially, a transit gateway is a virtual router that handles routing between the subnets in each attached VPC and any attached VPN gateways. Amazon's white paper sets out options for configuring multi-VPC infrastructure. So that's a virtual protocol cloud, I believe, is what they keep saying. It's like I read all this stuff and then forget it. Seriously. Infrastructure in more detail. Okay, cool. So a VPC endpoint is a means of publishing a service so that it is accessible by instances in other VPCs using the AWS internal network and private IP addresses. This means that the traffic is never exposed to the internet. There are two types of VPC: endpoint gateway and interface. Gateway endpoints. A gateway endpoint is used to connect instances in a VPC to the AWS S3 storage and DynamoDB database services. A gateway endpoint is configured as a route to the service in the VPC's route table. Interface endpoints. As interface endpoints makes use of AWS's private link feature to allow private access to custom services A custom service provider VPC is configured by publishing the service with a DNS hostname. Alternatively, the service provider might be an Amazon default service that is enabled as a VPC interface endpoint, such as CloudWatch, events, logs. A VPC endpoint interface is configured in each service consumer VPC subnet. The VPC endpoint interface is configured with a private IP address within the subnet plus the DNS hostname of the service provider. Each instance within the VPC subnet is configured to use the endpoint address to contact the service provider. Okay, boom, boom. All right, let me go back to lessons. I'm going to just scroll through these a little bit slower just to make sure I didn't miss anything. So as you can see, there's a lot of chapters. I've spent almost 2 months trying to catch up with all this. Of course, I have been doing my classes at the same time, but it's a lot of information on Security Plus, like overwhelming amounts. All right. So 16B, database de-identification methods. All right. So database de-identification methods are usually implemented as parts of the database management system. Hosting data sensitive fields will be tagged for de-identification whenever a query or report is run. Data masking. Data masking can mean that all or part of the content of a field are redacted. By substituting all character strings with X, for example, a field might be particularly redacted to preserve metadata for analysis purposes. For example, in a telephone number, the dialing prefix might be retained, but the subscriber number redacted. Data masking can also use techniques to preserve the original format of the field. Data masking is an irreversible de-identification technique. Can't unreverse it. Okay. Tokenization means that all or part of the data in a field is replaced with a randomly generated token. Token is stored with the original value on a token server or token vault separate to the production database. An authorized query or app can retrieve the original value from the vault if necessary, so tokenization is a reversible technique. Tokenization is used as a substitute for encryption because from a regulatory perspective, an encrypted field is the same value as the original data. Aggregation banding. Another de-identification technique is to generalize data, such as substituting a specific age with a broader age band. Hashing and salting are actually kind of big deals. A cryptographic hash produces a fixed length string from arbitrary length plaintext data using an algorithm such as SHA. If the function is secure, it should not be possible to match the hash back to a plain text. Hashing is mostly used to prove integrity. If two sources have access to the same plaintext, they should derive the same hash value. Hashing is used for two main purposes within a database. Sorry, guys. I don't care. All right. So as an indexing method to speed up searches and provide de-identified references to records, as a storage method for data such as passwords where the original plaintext does not need to be retained. A salt is an additional value stored with the hash data field. The purpose of salt is to frustrate attempts to crack the hashes. It means that the attackers cannot use pre-computed tables of hashes using dictionaries of plain text. These tables have to be recompiled to include the salt value. Lesson 17, performing incident response. So from a day-to-day perspective, incident response means investigating the alerts produced by monitoring systems and issued reports by users. This activity is guided by policies and procedures and assisted by various technical controls. Incident response is a critical security function. A very large part of your work as a security professional will be taken up with it. You must be able to summarize the phases of incident handling, utilize appropriate data sources to assist in investigation, and apply mitigation techniques to secure the environment after an event. So, right, once you've been hacked, you got to figure out what happened. You got to try and find evidence in a way that doesn't get you to compromise the data, and also you have to rebring the system back up. So, yeah. Super important. Lesson objectives. In this lesson, you will summarize incident response procedures, Utilize appropriate data sources for incident response. Apply mitigation controls.
When it comes to responding to security incidents, there have been so many opinions over the years. It's really important to kind of focus on a particular standard. A lot of standards out there. Some of them need a little bit of tweaking and customization, but a good one to start with is one from NIST. It's the 800-61. It's called the Computer Security Incident Handling Guide. The idea is that when there is some form of incident, the question becomes, well, where do you start? Okay. Usually you start at some level of panic. I've been in situations where people have found that there was some form of intrusion, and usually it involves people looking at each other very awkwardly and going, what happens now? And these aren't just new people. These are people who've been around a long time, and there's always that initial kind of panic. Well, in order to get past the panic, let's take a look at some of those standards. The whole idea of handling an incident is usually involved in preparation, in doing something before the actual incident. And so you basically have to have a written plan. And that written plan is literally something that I've been to incident centers. I've been to SOCs, security operations centers. They literally have them up on the wall. The steps on the wall of the things to do, because you don't need to go scrambling for some sort of book or manual. You just need to know what those steps are. Now, hopefully in the pre-planning, you've actually done tabletop exercises. You've actually done actual run-throughs, physical actual fire drills, as it were, past tabletop exercises. But the whole idea is that as you go in there, there's detection and analysis, and you basically look for attack vectors. You look for ways to contain those issues, and then there's post-incident activity. So I've gone very roughly over what the 800-61 standard is. But just a case in point is when you suspect some sort of incident, one of the first thing is you try to find the signs of an incident or what those attack vectors are. Well, there are a lot of different ways to do that here. I got a Windows 10 system up and running. One of the first things that you're going to be doing is you're going to be scrambling for Event Viewer in Windows. Or if you're lucky enough to have an intrusion detection system going on that Windows system or on a Linux system or whatever, you'll be looking for the log files generated by that, by those systems. So in this case in point, if you feel that you have an incident, the first thing is you try to look for that evidence. And in this case, I've got a Windows 10 system up here and running, not necessarily showing an incident, but it is showing here that basically something read the credentials of Credential Manager, right? And so somebody was basically going in through here and trying to determine a user's credentials. Now, is that an attack necessarily? Not necessarily, but it could be an indicator of an attacker, possibly even an indicator of compromise. But the whole idea is that when you put whatever security standard into place, whether it be one from NIST, or from one from your company that your company put together itself, or some other standard, you're always going to first go scrambling for those logs, whether it be Event Viewer like I've shown you here in Windows 10, or Event Viewer in any sort of Windows server, or the var log messages file, or the var log auth.log file that you'll find in Linux systems. You're basically going to look for some sort of authoritative proof of what a hacker left behind. Usually it's going to be log files of some type. And this allows you to then identify what kind of issue has happened, and then it allows you to take the next steps as defined by your security policy.
To what data state does a trusted execution environment apply data protection? Data in processing, data in use. No, I did not get that right. You take an incident report from a user trying to access a report.docx file on a SharePoint site. The file has been replaced by a report.docx.quarantine.txt file containing policy violation. Notice what is the most likely cause. Somebody tried to access it, but they didn't put in the correct password. This is typical of data loss prevention policy, replacing a file involved in a policy violation with a tombstone file. Didn't really say that. You're preparing a solution overview on privacy enhancing technology based on CompTIA Security Plus syllabus objectives. You have completed notes under the following headings. Which other report section do you need? Data minimization, anonymization, pseudo-anonymization, data masking, aggregation banding, data protection, tokenization, placing data with a randomly generated token from a separate token server or vault. This allows reconstruction of the original data if combined with the token vault. All right, there we go. Okay, practice questions. Data exists in several states, each requiring different security considerations. Evaluate the following items and select which data state presents the greatest encryption challenge. Data in use. Boom. Data in use is when data is present in volatile memory. When a user works with data, that data needs to be decrypted, which puts it at risk. Transmitting data over network refers to data in transit. The encryption challenge is not as great as with data in use. Data in motion is another name for data in transit. When data is at rest, it is usually possible to encrypt the data using a variety of techniques such as whole disk encryption, database encryption, and file or folder level encryption. Choose which of the following items classifies personal identifiable information. Job position, gender, full name, date of birth. Date of birth, full name. I'm just going to roll with those two because gender is the ethnic one. Yes. Boom, look at that. A full name can be used to identify, contact, or locate an individual. And the full name is an identifier and can be used to search for a person to locate more PII, personal identifiable information, that can be used to contact or locate a person. A date of birth can be used to identify, contact, or locate an individual. This information is often used when verifying identity and may be used by an attacker to obtain unauthorized access into accounts and obtain other PII, personal identifiable information. A job position is not considered PII. The position is not considered a person and is typically categorized as public information. Having the sole information in the name of a job position does not arm an attacker with the ability to identify, contact, or locate an individual. Gender is not considered PII and is not unique to an individual. This information will not, tell some woke people that, this information will not assist an attacker with contacting, identifying, or locating an individual. All right, moving on. An employee is working on a project that contains critical data for the company. In order to meet deadlines, the employee decides to email the document containing the data to their personal email to work on at home. Consider the traits of data loss prevention and evaluate the scenario to select the data loss prevention remediation the company should utilize. Email is allowed to send the file. An alert is triggered. Sender administrator is aware of the incident. The user should be blocked from sending the email but retain access to it. Access is denied to the sender and all other users within the company files and could move to quarantine area. The original file is quarantined and replaced with one. So employees working on them. Mail the document containing data to the person at email or work at home. That's tough because some of these are good. I think B, because I feel like A is way too like you let the information get out. Files quarantine replace one describing policy. I'm gonna go with B. Boom. Best solution for the company in this scenario is to block the email from sending the file to the personal email account. This action protects the data and notifies the user of the policy violation. It is likely that the user training is needed so that the employee is aware of the policy and the reasons why the policy is in place. Yeah. If an alert-only remediation is used for the scenario, the data is in danger of being compromised. A personal email will not provide protection, will be vulnerable to attack. This action is not in the best interest of the company. Quarantine will prohibit employees from accessing the file and will reduce work output. Policy violation was not malicious and the intent was not to harm the company. The tombstone remediation technique is one step further from quarantine and is also not conducive to the workflow of the company. The block technique will still create the alert, notify administrator, and allow for retaining the employee without stopping workflow. A company utilizing formal data governance, words, assigns the roles of data steward to an employee, evaluate the roles within data governance, and conclude which tasks the employee in this role performs. The employee ensures the processing and disclosure of personal identifiable information complies within legal frameworks. The employee ensures data is labeled and identified with appropriate metadata. The employee enforces access control, encryption, and recovery measures. The employee ensures data is protected with appropriate controls and determines who should have access. Data steward. I thought it was labeled and identified with appropriate metadata. Yes. The data steward is primarily responsible for data quality. This involves tasks such as ensuring data is labeled and identified with appropriate metadata, and data is collected and stored in a format with values that comply with applicable laws and regulations. A privacy officer is responsible for oversight of any personally identifiable information assets managed by the company. This includes ensuring that the processing and disclosure of PII comply with legal and regulatory frameworks. The data custodian is responsible for managing the system where data assets are stored. This includes responsibility for enforcing access control, encryption, and recovery measures. The data owner is a senior role with ultimate responsibility for maintaining the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the information asset. The owner is responsible for labeling the asset, ensuring it is protected with appropriate controls. All right. A network manager assists with developing a policy to protect the company from data exfiltration. The employee devises a list of focus points to include which plans, when consolidated, provide the best protection for the company. Select all apply. Assists with developing a policy to protect the company from data exfiltration. Oh, C as well. Oops. Okay, I was like, I think C, but I'm not sure, so I unclicked it. All right, so a network manager. So employees need training and document confidentiality and how to use encryption to store and transmit data securely. Annual refresher training will remind employees of its importance. I did that in the Navy. Every year, under my other job, every year. The only problem I have with that is like the training itself turns into a click fest, and people just like they just need to get it done. So it's like click, 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 and nobody really pays attention to it. So if you are going to make one of those, you need to like make it interactive and fun, or else people make random memes about it on Facebook. I've seen tons of those cybersecurity awareness training CBT memes from the Navy posted all over the internet because there's so many people who hate that cybersecurity awareness training with a passion. But yeah. One mechanism for data exfiltration is by copying data to removable media or other storage devices, such as USB drives or memory cards. Limiting the use to company property and only for job-related tasks helps reduce this risk. Now, from where I worked, that was not allowed at all, like in either workplace. So I'm surprised that CompTIA is suggesting that. It makes sense, like if it's company property, limiting the USB for solely that. But I've seen at least most of the places where I've worked, they don't even allow you to bring a USB on site. So I find it interesting. I went a little conservative on that question. Always encrypt sensitive data at rest. Transferring data outside of the network will likely be useless without the decryption key. Offsite backups are the most secure for data that may be targeted for destruction or ransom. The data will remain on site, but the backups are offsite and provide redundancy for the company in the event of destruction or ransom demands. All right. So an organization suspects that a visitor is performing data exfiltration while on the premises. The organization knows that the visitor does not have access to any computer system. Which of the following methods does the organization suspect the visitor of using? So they could use phone, USB. They're on site, and if they're doing remote access on site, I don't know. That seems a little ridiculous. Camera. They could be taking pictures. Really? Not USB? Okay. Data exfiltration can happen by communicating information orally over a telephone, cell phone, or voice over VoIP network. Cell phone text messaging is another possibility. Copying the data to removable media or other devices with storage such as USB drive, memory card, and digital camera, or a smartphone is not possible as the visitor has no access to computer systems. Oh. Sure. But there's certain programs that hackers were putting on USB drives, and then they were sticking them into computers, and people would run them. So he could be just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too outside the box on that. But like, if you put the programs in USBs and then put them around the office or whatever, and then people like, well, what's this? But I guess I'm thinking like too outside of the box on that one. The memory card in all right, using a network protocol such as HTTP, FTP, SSH, email, or remote access is useful for data exfiltration. Remote access is not possible as the visitor has no access to computer systems. A camera can capture images or video of data. This data may be computer data since the visitor has no access to computer systems. Other targets may be paper documents, post-it notes on desks, building layouts, and more. Analyze the features of Microsoft's information rights management and choose the scenarios that accurately depict IRM. Select all apply. File permissions are assigned based on the rules within a document. A document is emailed as an attachment but cannot be printed by the receiver. A document does not allow screen capture to any device it is sent to. An email message cannot be forwarded to another employee. Analyze the features of Microsoft Information Rights Management. There's A, B, and D. Dang it. A benefit of IRM is that file permissions can be assigned for different document roles such as author, editor, or viewer. Each role can have the specific access such as sending, printing, and editing. Printing and forwarding of documents can be restricted even when the document is sent as a file attachment. This means that just because a document is forwarded, it may not have printing capabilities. Printing and forwarding of email messages can be restricted. One disadvantage is that a document protected with IRM is not immune to screen captures. These captures can be done with a camera phone, third-party software, or workaround using an Apple system. Analyze and determine the role responsible for managing the system where data assets are stored and is responsible for enforcing access control, encryption, and backup measures. I think that'd be data owner on that one. No? Was data custodian? Oh, data assets are stored. Oh, crap. Okay, yeah. Data custodian is responsible for managing systems where data assets are stored, including responsibility for enforcing access control, encryption, and backup or recovery measures. A data owner has ultimate responsibility for maintaining confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the information asset. A data steward is primarily responsible for data quality, such as ensuring data is labeled and identified with appropriate metadata. The privacy officer is responsible for oversight of any personally identifiable information assets managed by the company and ensures that the processing and disclosure of PII comply with legal and regulatory frameworks. A document contains information about a company that is too valuable to permit any risks, and viewing is severely restricted. Analyze levels of classification determine the appropriate classification for the document. Okay, so it has information that is too valuable to permit any risks. So analyze levels of classification. I would say classified. Critical? Critical is top secret. Okay. Documents labeled as critical contain information that is too valuable to permit any risk of its capture, and viewing is severely restricted. Documents labeled as confidential contain information that is highly sensitive and is for viewing only by approved persons within the organization or possibly by third parties. Under a non-disclosure agreement, this classification may also be called low. Documents labeled as classified contains information that limits viewing. The only persons within an organization are by third parties that are under an NDA. The classification may also be called private, restricted, internal use only, or official use only. Unclassified documents are unrestricted and anyone can view the document. The document does not contain information that will harm the company if released. This classification is known as public. A new cloud-based application will replicate its data on a global scale, but will exclude residents of the European Union, which concerns should the organization that provides the data to consumers take into consideration. Sovereignty, location. Really? Data sovereignty refers to jurisdiction preventing or restricting processing and storage from taking place on systems that do not physically reside within that jurisdiction. Storage locations might be carefully selected to mitigate data sovereignty issues. Most cloud providers allow a choice of data centers for processing and storage. GDPR protections extend to any EU citizen while they are within EU or European Economic Area borders. You still have to take that into consideration, right? Am I crazy here? There are important institutional governance roles for oversight and management of information assets within a data lifecycle. These roles help to manage and maintain data. Look at my knowledge go. All right. So we're continuing data privacy and protection concepts. We're doing in a lab now. Oh, gotta stretch. Stretch. Is it gonna load? Hey, yo, you gonna work? All right, while this loads, I'm gonna run to the restroom. what is? All right. Oh, hey, look, it loaded. Ta-da! All right. So we're identifying application text. Applied Lab 27, identifying application text. In this scenario, excuse me, oof, you will intercept and alter a URL that manages an email password function. Next, you will create a performance baseline and stress the server to simulate the effect of an application attack that consumes resources. Finally, you will implement a domain-wide Windows PowerShell policy to enforce code signing for scripts. This activity is designed to test your understanding of and ability to apply content. Examples in the following: CompTIA, security plus objectives. Given a scenario, analyze potential indicators associated with the application attack. 3.2, given a scenario, implement host or application security solutions. In this task, you will intercept a mock email password reset attempt. The URL is configured to forward the rest reset option to the user's alternate email address. You will replace that alternate email address with a different one to configure the browser to use Burp Suite as an interception proxy. Complete the following steps. All right, so we're going in here. So this is a Linux-based system. Big thing about the password, that sucks. You have a password like that, you need to rethink your life and your password. All right, in Firefox, let's see, we're going to open the configuration page. If I can open it. All right, here we go. Firefox is a highly recommended browser, especially when you're on the dark web. It is recommended to use that with the advanced security settings on. Must be really nice. We're sure I find setting on here. Really? At the bottom of the page. Maybe I was supposed to put about. Where's my pound symbol? Oh my gosh. Rough day today, guys. Every day is a rough day. All right. So my issue was I forgot the about. Okay. So at the bottom of the page, bottom of the page, select settings. So we're going to HTTP proxy. Okay, we're doing 127.1 port 8080. This is proxy server for all protocols. Okay. Let's see. We got to try and start a Burp Suite. Burp Suite. All right. I decline, sir. Okay, I accept. Fine. Try to arrange the Firefox Burp Suite window so that you can use them both. together easily. Oh, I hate it. That's the one thing I don't like about Linux is it has a heck of a time trying to. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, come on. Put them both on the same screen at the same time. I'll do this to me. Come on, baby. Doggone it. Yeah, this is like the biggest complaint I have actually about the Linux is the ability to put the screens side by side, or the windows side by side, is the most difficult thing ever. All right, try to arrange the Firefox Burp Suite windows so that you can use them both together easily. Type the following URL into Firefox. For your folks. All right, let's do a temporary project. Next. All right, so we're going to select the proxy tab. Oh, sorry, guys. Okay, 515 web net. Oh. The frick? I didn't finish typing yet. And alt email is J. So this URL is simulating a reset request to be sent to jsmith at email.foo for jansmith at 515 web.net. Select the proxy tab. Okay, select HTTP history. So there's that. The get record corresponds to the email reset attempt. You're given detailed instructions for this test because the focus is on the attack method rather than the specific tool options. Right-click the get record. Send to repeater. Select the repeater tab. All right. And the repeater request parameter, select parameters tab. All right, in the alt email value field, place existing address with mail user. Enter. Right click the alt email line and select request in browser. Request in browser. In original session. Copy. Switch to Firefox. And paste. Copy URL into the address bar. Press enter. Repeat request. If you're not redirected shortly, please click the button below. Return to burp. Select proxy. And select HTTP history. Okay, display the second host connection. Select the parameters tab. It's trying to be sent to mail user at evil.foo. In the params window, right-click the line containing the name alternate email. And then we want to save item. All right, we're going to call it alt email. All right, confirm that the alternate file exists. What? It is there. Whatever. Which of the following answers best describes the task you accomplish in this section? Intercept and alter the password reset attempt. Putting the user password. Create a false email address to impersonate a legitimate user. Intercept an email password. Correct password and signed. Yeah, because basically we just altered the URL. Yep, and yep. Oh, my back. All right, so now we're going to establish a performance baseline and stress test the server. Okay, here we go. Bad passwords. All right, so we're going to the performance. All right, we have the CPU pane selected, leave task manager open, use it in later tasks, open, performance monitor. Create a new user. Where do you guys want me to put it? Okay, I'll just go with this CPU baseline. Create manually. Performance counter. So we're going to add percent processor time. And that one. Percent user time, and that one. Interrupts per second, and that one. All right, finish. Start collecting. Okay. You'll use CPU stress to place a false load on the VM's processor. You'll use Task Manager and Performance Monitor to monitor the workload. The extreme workload. Demonstrates the possible effect of an application layer attack. You will leave the data collector set running. The next several tasks, it gathers information as you accomplish activities. All right, where's the CPU stress? Boom. Right. All right. Okay, there you go. The goal is to view the effect of starting CPU stress in Task Manager. In the CPU stress console, create a new one thread. All right, so set all threads to medium. Activity level. Medium. Okay. The system will become, and then they want us to activate all these. Okay. So look at our CPU usage. It went up to 100%. Oh no. In Task Manager, note the CPU utilization should be now near 100%. Well, I'd say it's at 100%. It's saying 100%. So yeah, it's not near it, it's at it. There is a difference. Oh, wait, whoa, wait, what? Oops. I might need to look at something real quick. Sorry, guys. She might get mad. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Please work, please work, please work, please work, please work. Here we go. Okay. So we're going to deactivate all 5 threads because we're done torturing our laptop. All 5 threads to end the false workload. You can select several or all, holding Shift or Control keys. In Task Manager, CPU utilization should be well below 100%. That was weird. That crazy dip right there. Switch to Performance Monitor. Performance Monitor. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it not recording that? File action. Let's view. Oh, hey. Oof. It's right there. Okay. So right click CPU baseline. We're going to stop that. View this baseline report. Wait, hang on. That's the properties. Oh, there we go. Wow, that took a while. All right. So look at that horrible freaking performance right there. I just could not handle it on that CPU stress. All right. Which of the following answers best describes why performance baseline is essential to security? Performance baselines prevent server performance issues due to security breaches. Performance baselines alert administrators to malware and viruses. Performance baselines prevent the server from operating below an established workload. Without a baseline of normal server activity, it is difficult to know when. Yeah, I would say that. I like that one. All right, so we're closing Performance Monitor. We're closing CPU stress. And we're closing CPU baseline. Okay. I saw it. I looked at the information, so I know it exists. Don't come at me like that. All right, we're going into PowerShell security, but I need to use the restroom because I drank too much water. But I like water. Water is my friend. I'll be back. Maybe. Uh-oh. Let's see. Click here to reload player. Internal network. All right. So we're switching to PowerShell security. We're already in the spot. Group policy management, console. All right, we're going to tools, group policy management. We're going to create a new GPO. All right, group policy management. Create new. PowerShell security. Wait, I think. So display links and location 515. Cool. Support.com domain. Don't forget to use exactly the names specified. Edit policy settings. Add computer configuration. Policies. Administrative setting. Templates. Windows. Components. Windows. PowerShell. All right. Turn on. We need to enable. Okay. Close the group policy editor. Display report. What? It's there. I mean, I clicked it before I saved, but it's there. Okay, right click the start menu. All right. Whoa. What? Which of the following answers best describe why URLs are vulnerable to interception and alteration? URLs are not encrypted then. Which of the following answers best describes how a performance baseline helps to maintain the security of the server? Performance baseline does not contribute to the server security. Degraded performance is a possible result of security breach, and the performance baseline indicates the server's normal performance level. Okay. Which of the following answers best describes why digitally signed Windows PowerShell scripts help mitigate security threats? Right. Okay. URLs are not encrypted. They got me. You got me good. All right, let's go over here. Refresh. Holy dilly. That's a crap ton of knowledge points. Look at that. All right. So we're going back to incident response procedures. So effective incident response is governed by formal policies and procedures setting out roles and responsibilities for an incident response team. You must understand the importance of following these procedures and performing your assigned roles within the team to the best of your ability. Incident response process. Incident response policy sets the resources, processes, and guidelines for dealing with security incidents. Incident management is vital to mitigating risk, as well as controlling the immediate or specific threat to security. Effective incident management preserves an organization's reputation. So just so you know, guys, we're going to keep doing Security Plus until probably around 1500-ish. And then I'll switch over to Certified Ethical Hacker, in case you were wondering. Yeah, I'm going to spend most of my days studying Security Plus because I got to take the test on the 18th. And then I'll I'll dedicate about 2 hours to Certified Ethical Hacker. I'm not really going to dedicate anything to Certified Network Defender because that's not the most important thing. I was always told it's a cherry on top for certifications. So I'm going to focus on these two. All right, so incident management is vital to mitigating risk as well as controlling the immediate or specific threat to security. Effective incident management preserves an organization's reputation and blah-de-blah-de-blah. Incident response follows a well-structured process such as that set out in the NIST Computer Security Incident Handling Guide special publication. So this is basically the government's way of saying how do you handle being hacked. Following are the principal stages in an incident response lifecycle. Preparation. Make the system resilient to attack in the first place. This includes hardening systems, writing policies and procedures, and setting up confidential lines of communication. It also implies creating incident response resources and procedures. Identification. From the information in an alert or report, determine whether an incident has taken place, assess how severe it might be, triage, and notify stakeholders. Containment. Limit the scope and magnitude of the incident. The principal aim of incident response is to secure data while limiting the immediate impact on customers and business partners. Eradication. Once the incident is contained, remove the cause and restore the affected system to a secure state by applying secure configuration settings and installing patches. Recovery. With the cause of the incident eradicated, the system can be reintegrated into the business process that it supports. This recovery phase may involve restoration of data from backup and security testing. Systems must be monitored more closely for a period to detect and prevent any reoccurrence of the attack. The response process may have to iterate through multiple phases of identification, contamination, eradication, and recovery to effect a complete resolution. Lessons learned. Analyze the incident and responses to identify whether procedures or systems could be improved. It is imperative to document the incidents. The outputs from this phase feedback into a new preparation phase in the cycle. Incident response is likely to require coordinated action and authorization from several different departments or managers, which adds further levels of complexity. Preparation, identification, containment, eradication, recovery, post-incident activity. Cyber Incident Response Team. Preparing for incident response means establishing policies and procedures for dealing with security breaches and the personnel and resources to implement those policies. One of the first challenges lies in defining and categorizing types of incidences. An incident is generally described as an event where security is breached or there is an attempted breach. NIST describes an incident as the act of violating an explicit or implied security policy. In order to identify and manage incidents, you should develop some method of reporting, categorizing, and prioritizing them. Triage. In the same way that troubleshooting support incidents can be logged and managed, as well as investment in appropriate detection and analysis software. Incident response requires expert staffing. Large organizations will provide a dedicated team as a single point of contact for the notification of security incidents. This team is variously described as a cyber incident response team, computer security incident response team, or computer emergency response team. Incident response might also involve or be wholly located within a security operations center, SOC. However it is set up, the team needs a mixture of senior management decision makers up to director level who can authorize actions following the most serious incidents, managers and technicians who can deal with minor incidents on their own initiative. Another important consideration is availability. Incident response will typically require 24/7 availability, which will be expensive to provide. It is also worth considering that members of the search should be rotated periodically to preclude the possibility of infiltration for major incidents. Expert expertise and advice from other business divisions will also need to be called upon. Legal. It is important to have access to legal expertise so that the team can evaluate incident response from the perspective of compliance with laws and industry regulations. It may also be necessary to liaise closely with law enforcement professionals, and this can be daunting without expert legal advice. Human resources, HR, incident prevention, and remediation actions may affect employee contracts, employment law, and so on. Incident response requires the right to intercept and monitor employee communications. Marketing. The team is likely to require marketing or public relations input so that any negative publicity from a serious incident can be managed. Some organizations may prefer to outsource some of the CERT functions to third-party agencies by retaining an incident response provider. External agents are able to deal more effectively with insider threats. Communication plan and stakeholder management. Incident response policies should establish clear lines of communication, both for reporting incidents and for notifying affected parties. As the management of an incident progresses, it is vital to have essential contact information readily available. You must prevent the inadvertent release of information beyond the team authorized to handle incident status and event details. It should be circulated on a need-to-know basis and only to trusted parties identified on a call list. Communication plan. Secure communication between the trusted parties of the CERT is essential for managing incidents successfully. It is imperative that adversaries not be alerted to detection and remediation measures about to be taken against them. It may not be appropriate for all members of the CCERT to be informed about all incident details. The team requires an out-of-band or off-band communication method that cannot be intercepted using corporate email or voice over internet protocol runs the risk that the adversary will be able to intercept communications. One obvious method is cell phones, but these only support voice and text messaging. For file and data exchange, there should be a messaging system with end-to-end encryption, such as off-the-record, Signal, or WhatsApp, or an external email system with message encryption, SMEME, or PGP. These need to use digital signatures and encryption keys from a system that is completely separate from the identity management processes of the network being defended. Stakeholder management. Trusted parties might include both internal and external stakeholders. It is not helpful for an incident to be publicized in the press or through social media outside of planned communications. Ensure that the parties with privileged information do not release this information to untrusted parties, whether intentionally or inadvertently. You need to consider obligations to report the attack. It may be necessary to inform affected parties during or immediately after the incident so that they can perform their own remediation. It may be necessary to report to regulators or law enforcement. You also need to consider the marketing and PR impact of an incident. This can be highly damaging, and you will need to demonstrate to customers that security systems have been improved. We got better. Incident response plan. An incident response plan lists the procedures, context, and resources available to responders for various incident categories. The CCERT should develop profiles or scenarios of typical incidents: DDoS attack, virus worm outbreak, data exfiltration by an external adversary, data modification by an internal adversary, and so on. This will guide investigators in determining priorities and remediation plans. A playbook or runbook is a data-driven standard operating procedure to assist junior analysts in detecting and responding to specific cyber threat scenarios, such as phishing attempts, SQL injection, data exfiltration, connection to a blacklisted IP range, and so on. The playbook starts with a SIEM report inquiry designed to detect the incident and identify the key detection, containment, and eradication steps to take. Incident categories and definitions ensure that all response team members and other organizational personnel all have a common base of understanding of the meaning of terms, concepts, and descriptions. Categories, types, and definitions might vary according to industry. For a listing of the U.S. federal agency incident categories, you can visit the cert.cisa.gov. One challenge in incident management is to allocate resources efficiently. This means that identified incidents must be assessed for severity and prioritized for remediation. There are several factors that can affect this process. Data integration, the most important factor in prioritizing incidents, will often be the value of data that is at risk. Downtime, another very important factor, is the degree to which an incident disrupts business processes. An incident can either degrade, reduce performance, or interrupt, completely stop the availability of an asset, system, or business process. If you have completed an asset inventory and a thorough risk assessment of business processes showing how assets and computer systems assist each process, then you can easily identify critical processes and quantify the impact of an incident in terms of the cost or downtime. Economic publicity. Both data integrity and downtime will have important economic effects both in the short term and the long term. Short term costs involve incident response itself and lost business opportunities. Long term economic costs may involve damage to reputation and market standing. Scope. The scope of the incident, broadly the number of systems affected, is not a direct indicator of priority. A large number of systems might be infected with a type of malware that degrades performance, but it is not a data breach risk. This might even be a masking attack as the adversary seeks to compromise data on a single database server, storing top secret information. Detection time. Research has shown that the existence of more than half of data breaches are not detected for weeks or months after the intrusion occurs, while in a successful intrusion, data is typically breached within minutes. This demonstrates that the systems used to search for intrusions must be thorough and the response to detection must be fast. Recovery time. Some incidents require lengthy remediation as the system changes required are complex to implement. This extended recovery period should trigger heightened alertness for continued or new attacks. Cyber kill chain attack framework. So this is a Lockheed Martin kind of step. Cyber kill chain attack framework. Effective incident response depends on threat intelligence. Threat research provides insight into adversary tactics, techniques, and procedures. Insights from threat research can be used to develop specific tools and playbooks to deal with event scenarios. A key tool for threat research is a framework to use to describe the stages of an attack. These stages are often referred to as a cyber kill chain. Following the influential white paper Intelligence-Driven Computer Network Defense commissioned by Lockheed Martin. Reconnaissance, weaponization, delivery, exploitation, installation, command and control, actions on objectives. So the Lockheed Martin kill chain identifies the following phases. This is important to know. It's popped up multiple times. Reconnaissance. In this stage, the attacker determines what methods to use to complete the phases of the attack and gather information about the target's personnel, computer systems, and supply chain. Weaponization. The attacker couples payload code that will enable access with exploit code that will use a vulnerability to execute on the target system. Delivery. The attacker identifies a vector by which to transmit the weaponized code to the target environment, such as via an email attachment or on a USB drive. Exploitation. The attacker identifies a vector by which to transmit the weaponized code to the target environment, such as via an email attachment or on a USB drive. Exploitation. The weaponized code is executed on the target system by this mechanism. For example, a phishing email may trick the user into running the code, while a drive-by download would execute on a vulnerable system without user intervention. Installation. Man, I don't know why I'm so tired. This mechanism enables the weaponized code to run a remote access tool and achieve persistence on the target system. Command and control. The weaponized code establishes an outbound channel to a remote server that can then be used to control a remote access tool and possibly download additional tools to progress the attack. Actions on objectives. In this phase, the attacker typically uses the access he has received to covertly collect information from target systems and transfer it to a remote system. Data exfiltration. An attacker may have other goals or motives, however. Other attack frameworks. Other types of attack framework have been implemented to provide a means of categorizing features of adversary behaviors to make it easier to identify indicators of such attacks. A meter attack, as an alternative to the lifecycle analysis implied by a kill chain. The meter corporation's adversarial tactics, techniques, and common knowledge matrices provide access to a database of known TTPs. This freely available resource tags each technique with a unique ID and places it in one or more tactics categories such as initial access, persistence, lateral movement, or command and control. Sequence in which attackers may deploy any given tactic category is not made explicit. This means an analyst must interpret each attack lifecycle from local evidence. The framework makes TTPs used by different adversary groups directly comparable without assuming how any particular adversary will run a campaign at a strategic level. There is a matrix for enterprise, which can also be viewed as TTPs directed against Linux, Mac OS, and Windows hosts. A second matrix for mobile. For example, drive-by compromise is given the ID Tango 1189 and categorized as an initial access tactic that can target Windows, Linux, and Mac OS hosts. Clicking through to the page accesses information about detection methods, mitigation methods, and examples of historic uses and an analysis. The diamond model of intrusion analysis. The diamond model of intrusion analysis suggests a framework to analyze an intrusion event by exploring the relationships between four core features: adversary, capability, infrastructure, and victim. These four features are represented by the four vertices of a diamond shape. Each event may also be described by meta features. Sorry, guys. Meta features such as date, time, kill, chain, phase, result, and so on. Each feature is also assigned a confidence level indicating data accuracy or the reliability of a conclusion or assumption assigned to the value by analysis. Incident response exercises. Oh, look, it's military, guys. Kentucky and Alabama National and Air Guard participating in a simulated network attack exercise. Fun, fun, fun. Okay. So, incident response exercises. The procedures and tools used for incident response are difficult to master and execute effectively. You do not want to be in a situation where first-time staff members are practicing them in the high-pressure environment of an actual incident. Running test exercises help staff develop competencies and can help to identify deficiencies in the procedures and tools. Training on specific incident response scenarios can use three forms. Tabletop. This is the least costly type of training. The facilitator presents a scenario and the responders explain what action they would take to identify, contain, and eradicate the threat. Training does not use computer systems. The scenario data is presented as flashcards, walkthroughs. In this model, a facilitator presents a scenario as for tabletop exercise, but the incident responders demonstrate what actions they would take in response. Unlike a tabletop exercise, the responders perform actions such as running scans and analyzing sample files, typically or sandbox versions of the company's actual response and recovery tools. Simulations. A simulation is a team-based exercise where the red team attempts an intrusion, the blue team operates response and recovery controls, and the white team moderates and evaluates the exercise. This type of training requires considerable investment and planning. Meter have published a white paper that discusses preparing and facilitating incident response exercises. Incident response, disaster recovery, and retention policy. Incident response fits into overall planning for enterprise risk management and cybersecurity resilience. Incident response versus disaster recovery and business continuity. You should distinguish specific incident response planning from other types of planning for disaster recovery and business continuity. Disaster recovery plan. A disaster can be seen as a special class of incident where the organization's primary business function is disrupted. Disaster recovery requires considerable resources, such as shifting processes to a secondary site. Disaster recovery will uncover will involve a wider range of stakeholders than less serious incidents. Business continuity plan. This identifies how business processes should deal with both minor and disaster level disruption. During an incident, a system may need to be isolated. Oh, come on. Oh, gosh. There we go. Continuity planning ensures that there is processing redundancy supporting the workflow so that when a server is taken offline for security remediation, processing can fail over to a separate system. This hair out of my face. If systems do not have this sort of planned resilience, incident response will be much more disruptive. Continuity of operation planning. COOP. This terminology is used for government facilities, but is functionally similar to business continuity planning in some definitions. COOP refers specifically to backup methods of performing mission functions without IT support. Incident response, forensics, and retention policy. The incident response process emphasizes containment, eradication, and recovery. These aims are not entirely compatible with forensics. Digital forensics describes techniques to collect and preserve evidence that demonstrate that there has been no tampering or manipulation. Forensics procedures are detailed and time-consuming, where the aims of incident response are usually urgent. If an investigation must use forensic collection methods so that evidence is retained, this must be specified early in the response process. Retention policy. It is also important for retrospective incident handling or threat hunting. A retention policy for historic logs and data capture sets the period over which these are retained. You might discover indicators of a breach months or years after the event. Without a retention policy to keep logs and other digital evidence, it will not be possible to make any further investigation. Yo, that's a lot. This is probably the most this is like 3 times my goal. It's twice my original goal of like 60. What are the 6 incident phases of the incident response life cycle? So there's reconnaissance, war bombing, yeah, I don't remember. Preparation, identification, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned. No, I did not get that right. True or false? It is important to publish all security alerts to all members of staff. False. Security alerts should be sent to those able to deal with them at a given level of security awareness and on a need-to-know basis. Yeah, I got that right. You are providing security consultancy to assist a company with improving incident response procedures. The business manager wants to know why an out-of-band contact mechanism for responders is necessary. What do you say? Our lines of communication could be compromised. The response team needs a secure channel to communicate over without alerting the threat actor. There may be availability issues with the main communication network if it has been affected by incident. Yes, I did. Which attack framework provides descriptions of specific TDPs? The MITRE attack? Yeah, I got it. I have a brain. Hooray! Golly, man. Your consultancy includes a training segment. What type of incident response exercise will best represent a practical incident handling scenario? A walkthrough, simulation exercise, creates an actual intrusion scenario with a red team performing the intrusion and a blue team attempting to identify, contain, and eradicate. No, I didn't get that one right. I'll say no to that one. That was not right at all. All right. My knowledge goes in the green. Hooray! All right. You are a cybersecurity engineer working for a security consulting firm that specializes in penetration testing and cyber incident response. Currently, you are assisting the firm's cyber incident response team, which is actively working with 3 different clients to improve their incident response procedures. Your manager asks you to assess 3 attacks in progress, provide an appropriate response, and identify specific elements to improve each organization's incident response planning. Kind of feel like it's like the epic movie trailer, dude. I don't even remember. A summary of each attack is as follows. Incident 1, federal government agency. Oh, that's not good. U.S. CERT alerts the agency to possible data exfiltration detected on its networks. The government agency activates the CERT, your organization. HackerOne is dangerously close to the most sensitive personal databases. The CERT manages to isolate and remediate the HackerOne. During a secondary review of agency systems, the CERT discovers HackerOne had already established a foothold and engaged in C2 data exfiltration for weeks. Incident 2, major bank. When examining web application firewalls, the CERT discovers HackerOne attacking a misconfigured bank firewall. HackerOne is relaying commands to back and cloud servers or testing them to extract data about bank server architecture and topology. The hacker's actions suggest advanced knowledge of the cloud service provider's infrastructure. HackerOne has not executed exfiltration or injected malicious code, has succeeded in taking advantage of the misconfiguration in the WAF to gain unauthorized access. Incident 3, major retailer. After an audit of the VPN infrastructure, the CERT discovers that HackerOne have already stolen and used existing VPN credentials. The CERT detects a lack of network segmentation. HackerOne and others, now labeled Hacker Group 1, have created multiple footholds and multiple administrator accounts. The CERT focuses on Hacker 4, asserting that the hacker is delivering weaponized code into point-of-sale data servers to expand persistence. So based on the scenario, use drop-down selectors to select appropriate cyber kill chain framework, stage the incident response steps for mitigation, prevention, and exercises for strengthening the response. Identify which cyber kill chain attack stage is occurring. For their scenario, data exfiltration. So they're at the exploitation stage. Identify an incident response process mitigation step. Containment. Identify an incident response process future prevention step. Recovery. Identify which exercise will strengthen incident response. I think it's simulation. Major bank. So they were the bank 1 used existing VPN credentials, and they've. Oh wait, no, that's major retailer bank. Sounds kind of like they're at exploitation as well. They need containment, recovery. I think a tabletop exercise would work well for that. All right, so the major retailer, they're at command and control. They've got multiple. You need to eradicate those. Make some lessons learned. I'll walk through this. Let's try this. Oh, wow. That was bad. Hooray, I suck at these. All right, Incident 1, Federal Government Agency note. Kill chain is modeled after the 2015 OPM attack against the United States government. The scenario states data exfiltration has occurred, or that a kill chain has executed in full, which is an aspect of the action on objective stage. Okay, the incident response eradication step mitigates the command and control. An action on objective stages of a cyber kill chain and is best choice. Serious damage has already occurred, so eradication is the best possible strategy to remediate the situation due to the extent of damage. Lessons learned is the best choice for future prevention. Since there was a complete kill chain, lessons learned from the incident will help prevent future attacks. All exercises are essential to incident prevention. So for the major bank, scenario states that the attacker has advanced knowledge of the cloud service provider's architecture and has succeeded in exploiting a misconfiguration in a WAF. This best correlates with the exploitation stage of the cyber kill chain. The hacker has accelerated past the first 3 stages of the kill chain without having to engage in malware delivery or other actions expected in an attack. Incident response containment step mitigates the exploitation and installation stages of a cyber kill chain. The hacker has succeeded in delivering server-side attacks and is obtaining unauthorized access to information. Containment will focus on eliminating the hacker's persistence. The incident response preparation step helps organizations to develop resiliency to all attack kill stages. The bank organization would benefit from hardening defenses on cloud assets. All exercises are essential to incident preparation. Incident 3, major retailer. Note, kill chain is modeled after the 2013 Target Corporation attack. The CERT observes that Hacker 4 delivered weaponized code to expand persistence. Such activity correlates with the installation stage of the kill chain, where weaponized code establishes remote access tools and achieves persistence. The incident response containment step will focus on eliminating this hacker's persistence in systems and is the best choice. This retail organization would benefit from several techniques designed to layer and harden defenses. The incident response preparation stage is the best choice to help this organization mitigate future attacks. All exercises are essential to incident preparation. I'm at 80%, guys. I'm almost done. Um, let's see. Utilize appropriate data sources for incident response. Security monitoring produces a very large amount of data, and automated detection systems can generate a large volume of alerts. Prioritizing and investigating the most urgent events as incidents and resolving them quickly is a significant challenge for all types of organizations. As a security professional, you must be able to utilize appropriate data sources to perform incident identification as efficiently as possible. Before we start this movie, I am going to run to the restroom because I drink too much water. Speaking of which, I just did it. Sorry, guys, to keep you on pins and needles. I got really distracted with the garbage man showing up.
Well, they say for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Okay, from a cybersecurity standpoint, anytime you have an attacker do something, that attacker will leave something behind. This is a common principle stolen from a guy named Edmond Locard. Edmond Locard, I think was a French guy, lived quite some time ago. Kind of crystallized a lot of concepts used in forensics, in criminal investigations. The idea, again, is that a threat actor or a bad guy will, as they go in to commit a crime, will bring something to the crime and leave something behind. And the question is, what are those? Well, another thing that that is important to understand here are the concepts of the tactics and the techniques and the procedures of an attacker. So the tactic is the tool used. The technique is how the tool is used by the threat actor, by the threat agent. And the procedure is the kind of actual steps taken in order to conduct an attack. And these are important concepts because when it comes to utilizing data resources, we have, as cybersecurity professionals, a lot of information that's available because hackers do leave things behind. And the question is, do we see enough trends? Do we see enough data in order to identify a trend or really identify what a hacker's been doing? And the answer is kind of a data visualization sort of step. And a lot of people kind of say, well, applications will do this for you. This is a screenshot of something called Kibana. Kibana is part of something they call the Elastic Stack, or they used to call it the ELK Stack. What is it? Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. These are tools that are used in the open source in the cybersecurity in the open source industry to basically grab data and chunk it together, to capture data, slice and dice it, and then visualize it so that instead of looking at ugly log files, you can actually look at trends. The idea is that what you can do is put together, before you can visualize though, you kind of have to make sure that you get data from relevant resources and that you sift through a lot of the chaff or a lot of the stuff that's not important and really get down into information that helps you. So I've been talking about the idea of TTPs, for example, and data visualization to kind of set the stage for understanding the kind of data resources that you will use. So let's take a look at some of these data resources that you might use when you're responding to an incident and trying to identify what it means if you've been hacked or not, or if there's something going wrong. I've opened up PowerShell here, and I'm basically taking a look at some log files. In this case, these are old logs from an intrusion detection system called Snort. That's why it says Snort log. Snort has been around a long time. It's given that name because it does a great job in sniffing the network and looking for problems. So this is just, it gives you a crude, very simple idea of what a raw syslog file would look like. So you've got your date, you've got your source. So there's a date, old date. You basically have where it came from. So in this case, a bastion host. So you're looking at something that's coming from some form of probably some sort of firewall is one way to look at it. And in this case, you've got some ICMP packets here, and you've got your source and your destination. Okay, 70.81.243. going to, there's the arrow, 11.11.79.100 in this case. So you can see your ping there, fairly innocuous. You know, some people, you know, ICMP is evil. It's like, well, it has a job to do. It's a messaging protocol. There are reasons why you have it going. Doesn't seem to be truly a problematic thing. Of course, here you have, at least according to Snort, right, the attempt for a worm to try to move from one element or one system element, one computer to the next. Okay, that's propagation, right? So what it's doing is basically has noticed a particular suspicious port or some sort of suspicious activity. These are the ephemeral ports. They're up high, 1067 to 1434 between systems. But look, if if you take a look at this, you can see it feels that there are basically not only propagation, but basically that there's also something to do with the Microsoft SQL, MS SQL, that there's some sort of attempt going on, and they look related. You're looking at correlation now, effectively. Snort has basically said, well, look, I don't know about the ICMP packets, but it is basically saying we're looking at suspicious traffic where a worm is attempting to go and do certain things, to move from one thing to another, and also attempting to do an overflow, buffer overflow probably. If you take a look also, there's this ICMP, destination unreachable. Now that ICMP is actually looking pretty interesting, because that could be the worm attempting to discover where to go next, where to spread next. So these are the types of things as an incident responder, the types of data that you look at. Here's another log. This has to do not from an intrusion detection system, that was Snort. This is simply, not simply, but from a proxy server. Squid is a long-established proxy server that basically allows you to look at web applications or layer 7 kinds of information. And once again, you're kind of looking at how can you correlate certain bits of information to create a narrative. So I've started this talking about TTPs and talking about that sort of approach in this Edmund Lockhart person. The whole concept is to come together with a proper useful narrative. And so these are the types of raw data files that you'll be looking at. Another way that you could do it, and I've got a live instance here of an application called Kibana. This here is something I've got the Elastic Stack working on a separate system, and I've used my web browser to access this. And this here is where I've noticed that what I did is I conducted a couple of denial of service attacks against some systems, and 3 attacks, in fact, and it discovered them right away. You can take a look at the raw log files. Here they are, kind of ugly and all that, or you can look at the pretty ones. You're going to need to basically come up with a balance between looking at pretty trends and log files that could mislead you, and you'll still have to read the raw log files in order to come up with the proper correlation and the proper information, so that you can then issue the right alert or not issue the right alert. So it will come up to your come down to your ability to read these log files and these data sources, come up with the right narrative, and then determine whether to trigger some form of alert.
Alrighty, Rube then. Incident identification. Identification is the process of collating events and determining whether any of them should be managed as incidents or as possible precursors to an incident. That is, an event that makes an incident more likely to happen. There are multiple channels by which events or precursors may be recorded, using log files, error messages, IDS alerts, firewall alerts, and other resources to establish baselines and identifying those parameters that indicate a possible security incident. Comparing deviations to establish metrics to recognize incidents and their scopes, manual or physical inspections of site, premises and networks and hosts, notification by an employee, customer, or supplier, public reporting of new vulnerabilities or threats by a system vendor, regulator, the media, or other outside party. It is wise to provide for confidential reporting so that many employees are not afraid to report insider threats, such as fraud or misconduct. It may also be necessary to use an out-of-band method of communication so as not to alert the intruder that his or her attack has been detected. First responder, when a suspicious event is detected, it's critical that the appropriate person on the CRRT be notified so that they can take charge of the situation and formulate the appropriate response. This person is referred to as the first responder. This means that employees at all levels of the organization must be trained to recognize and respond appropriately to actual or suspected security incidents. At a good level of security awareness across the whole organization will reduce the incidents. False positives and negatives for the most serious incidents. The entire CERT may be involved in formulating an effective response, analysis, and incident identification. When notification has taken place, the CERT or other responsible persons must analyze the event to determine whether a genuine incident has been identified and what level of priority it should be assigned. Analysis will depend on identifying the type of incident and the data or resources affected, its scope and impact. At this point, the incident management database should have a record of the event indicators, the nature of the incident, its impact, and the incident investigator responsible. The next phase of incident management is to determine an appropriate response. Security information and event management, coupled with an attack framework, notification will provide a general sense where to look for or expect indicators of malicious activity. Incident analysis is greatly facilitated by a security information and event management system. A security information event management system parses network traffic and log data from multiple sensors, appliances, and hosts and normalizes the information to a standard field types. We've used a couple of those. Oh, wow. The security information and event management can then run correlation rules on indicators extracted from the data resources so you detect events that should be investigated as potential incidents. You can also filter or query the data based on the type of incident that has been reported. Correlation means interpreting the relationships between individual data points to diagnose incidents of significance to the security team. A security information and event management correlation rule is a statement matches certain conditions. These rules use logical expressions such as and or, and operators such as is, matches, less than, greater than, and in contains. For example, single user logon failure is not a condition that should raise an alert. Multiple user logon failures for the same account taking place within the space of 1 hour is more likely to require investigation as a candidate. For detection by correlation rule, error.logon failure greater than 3 and logon.failure.user and duration less than 1 hour. As well as correlation between indicators observed on the network, a security information event management is likely to be configured with a threat intelligence feed. This means that data points observed on the network can be associated with known threat actor indicators such as IP addresses and domain names. AI-assisted analysis enables more sophisticated alerting and detection of anomalous behavior. A security information event management can enact a retention policy so that historical log and network traffic data is kept for a defined period. This allows for retrospective incident and threat hunting and can be a valuable source of forensic evidence. Whoa, did I just skip a lesson? No, I didn't. Okay. I need to use the restroom. Siegel. Yeah, we used Siegel. That's what we used last time. I remember now. I remember. Sorry, guys. I just snuck in a giant marshmallow. Those things are freaking huge. They're like 4 marshmallows in one. All right. Security information event management dashboards are one of the main sources of automated alerts. A security information event management dashboard provides a console to work from for day-to-day incident response. Separate dashboards can be created to suit many different purposes. An incident handler's dashboard will contain uncategorized events that have been assigned to their account, plus visualizations, graphs, and tables showing key status metrics. The manager's dashboard would show overall status indicators such as number of unclassified events for all event handlers. And this is Siegel, which we have used in a previous lab. Sensitivity and alerts. One of the greatest challenges in operating a security information event management is tuning the system's sensitivity to reduce false positive indicators being reported to as an event. So, yeah, you get a lot of, this is a problem, but wait, it's not. So, you get false positives. You also get false negatives where nothing shows it's a problem, but there is a problem. This is difficult because there isn't a simple dial to turn for overall sensitivity, and secondly, because reducing the number of rules that produce events increases the risk of false negatives. Oh, hey, look, there's a false negatives we're talking about. A false negative is where indicators that should be correlated as an event and raise an alert are ignored. Correlation rules are likely to assign a criticality level to each match. For example, log only. An event is produced and added to the security information event management's database, but it is automatically classified. Alert. The event is listed on a dashboard or incident handling system for an agent to assess. The agent classifies the event and either dismisses it to the log or escalates it as an incident alarm. The event is automatically classified as critical and a priority alarm is raised. This might mean emailing an incident handler or sending a text message. Sensors. A sensor is a network tap or port mirror that performs packet capture and intrusion detection. One of the key uses of a security information event management is to aggregate data, multiple sensors and log sources, but it might also be appropriate to configure dashboards that show output from a single sensor or source host. Trend analysis. Something I heard in the Navy a lot. Trend analysis for different data points that we would take. So you'd see a pattern from those data points, like we saw in the CPU usage. Trend analysis is the process of detecting patterns or indicators within a data set over a time series and using those patterns to make predictions about future events. A trend is difficult to spot by examining each event in a log file. Instead, you need software to visualize the incidence of types of event and show how the number of frequency of those events changes over time. Trend analysis can apply to frequency, volume, or statistical deviation. Frequency-based trend analysis establishes a baseline for a metric, such as number of NX error DNS log events per hour of the day. If the frequency exceeds, or in some cases undershoots, the threshold for the baseline, an alert is raised. Volume-based trend analysis can be performed with simple indicators. For example, one simple metric for determining threat level is log volume. If logs are growing much faster than they were previously, there is a good chance that something needs investigating. Volume-based analysis also applies to network traffic. You might also measure endpoint disk usage. Client workstations don't usually need to store data locally, so if a host's disk capacity has suddenly diminished, it could be a sign that it is being used to stage data for exfiltration. Statistical deviation analysis can show when a data point should be treated as suspicious. For example, a cluster graph might show activity by standard users and privileged users, invoking analysis of behavioral metrics of what processes each type runs, which systems they access, and so on. A data point that appears outside the two clusters for standard and administrative users might indicate some suspicious activity by that account. Next. Okay, we're going to do logging platforms, and then we're going to go right into certified ethical hacker. I'm sure you guys are all excited. Logging platforms. Log data from network appliances and hosts can be aggregated by a security information event management, either by installing a local agent to collect and parse the log data, or by using a forwarding system to transmit logs directly to the security information event management server. Also, organizations may not operate a security information event management, but still use a logging platform to aggregate log data in a central location. Syslog provides an open format protocol and server software for logging event messages. It is used for a very wide range of host types. For example, syslog messages can be generated by Cisco routers and switches, as well as servers and workstations. It usually uses UDP port 514. A syslog message comprises a PRI code, a header containing a timestamp and host name, and a message part. PRI code is calculated from the facility and a severity level. The message part contains a tag showing the source process plus content. The format of the content is application dependent. It might use space or comma, delimited fields, or name value pairs such as JSON data. RFC 5424 adjusts the structure slightly to split the tag into app name, process ID, and message ID fields, and to make them part of the header. RSysLogs and syslog tech NG. There have been 2 updates in the original syslog specification. RSyslog uses the same configuration file syntax, but can work over TCP and use a secure connection. RSyslog can use more types of filter expressions in its configuration file to customize message handling. Syslog tech NG uses a different configuration file syntax, but also use TCP, secure communications, and more advanced options for message filtering. Journal control. In Linux, text-based log files of the sort managed by syslog can be viewed using commands such as cat, tail, and head. We've used those before. Most modern Linux distributions now use systemd to initialize the system to start manage background services rather than writing events to syslog format. Text files logs from processes managed by systemd are written to a binary format called journald. Events captured by journald can be forwarded to syslog. To view events in journald directly, you can use the journalctl command to print the entire journal log, or you can issue various options with the command to filter the log in a variety of ways, such as matching a service name or only printing messages matching the specified severity level. NXLog. NXLog is an open source log normalization tool. One principal use for it is to collect Windows logs, which uses an XML-based format, and normalize them to a syslog format. That's probably like the most I've done in a day. It's pretty wild. Oh, that's done. Yellow. Okay. I'll be back after these messages. There's no messages, by the way. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Alrighty, Roo, then. Where was I at? Denial of service. Ooh, that expires soon. All right. I'm gonna just get up, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, you done? That was quick. Didn't even really get into punching that punching bag. All right. In this task, whoa. Did I finish doing all this? Oh, it's just the overview. Okay. So, I'm using Metasploit. So we got to go to parrot security first. Obviously, bad password. Let's see. Terminal. Okay, it wants me to go to root. Right. But yeah. Home, the root directory. Okay, so we need to nmap address 10.10.10.10. Enter. All right. No. So one host up, scanned. Oh, it wanted me to do. Oh, crap. Well, I know 21's open. I see it right here, but I didn't type it like it wanted me to. So I'm going to retype it because that's what heroes do. Hey, look, it's open like it was last time, but okay. It just called out the specific port to be scanned. I just scanned all the ports. Sorry. All right. Result appears displaying the port status is open. Shown in the screenshot. If the port in your lab environment turns out to be closed, look for an open port using nmap. All right, we don't have the problem. Now we will perform SYN flooding on the target machine using port 21. In this task, we will use an auxiliary module of Metasploit called SYN flood. All right, let's go to that MSF console. I wish that would show up faster because I'm like, I don't know if I'm in. A lot of weird stuff popping up on there. All right. All right, so we're going to type show options to see how we're going to do this. So we're going to do a SYN flood on port 21. So We're going to set our host. Hosty. I put it to port. Oops, capital. Don't do that. Don't you dare do that. R port. Oh, no. Set S host. Okay, by setting the S host option to the IP address of the Windows Server 2019 machine, you are spoofing the IP address of the parent security machine with that of Windows Server 2019. Once the auxiliary module is configured with the required options, start the DOS attack on a Windows 10 machine. To do so, we're going to type exploit, enter. To confirm, click here, watch it freak out, bad password. Alternatively, you can also click password under Windows 10 machine thumbnail in the resources pane, or type text, type password button under commands. Open Windows Wizards appear, click continue, sign in with Microsoft Wizard, network status, yes. All right, let's double click Wireshark. Can add Ethernet to. Oh, hey, there's a lot of stuff going on Ethernet too. Holy crap. It's all on the same port. So yeah, right now what we're watching is the SynFlood attack that I just did from the Linux machine to the Windows 10. And right now we're watching on Windows 10 with Wireshark this attack. And you notice it's all going to port 21, like I told it to. And it is not happy. Observe that the target machine Windows 10 has drastically slowed, implying that the DOS attack is in progress on the machine. If the attack is continued for some time, the machine's resources will eventually be completely exhausted, causing it to stop responding. Once the performance analysis of the machine is complete, click on Parrot Security. We're going to terminate the attack because we're nice, not meaning poo faces. All right, this concludes the demonstration of how to perform SynFlooding on a target host using Metasploit. I like Metasploit. My instructor likes Metasploit. Metasploit's really good. It's a lot of fun. Close all open windows and document all the acquired information. Perform a DOS attack on a target host using hping3. This thing gets pretty crazy too. hping3 is a command line oriented network scanning and packaging crafting tool for the TCP/IP protocol that sends ICMP echo requests and supports TCP, UDP, ICMP, and raw IP protocols. It performs network security auditing, firewall testing, manual path, MTU discovery, advanced traceroute, remote OS fingerprinting, remote uptime guessing, TCP/IP stack auditing, and other functions. Here we will use the hping3 tool to perform a DOS attack such as SynFlooding, ping of death attacks, and UDP application layer flood attacks on target hosts. The ping of death gets pretty crazy. I've done it before. All right, so we have Wireshark running. It is capturing stuff. We go back to Parrot. And we're just going to, ooh, I gotta exit this. Let's exit this. Exit, I believe. Yes. All right, so root at Parrot. All right, now I'm gonna do hping3. Oh, no spaces. Capitalization matters. Target IP address is 10.10.10.10. Tech What's our spoofable IP address that we're trying to do? 101.0.1.0.1.9. Okay. Doing it from port 22. Check fluid. Uh-oh. Oh, I have to put a space. You got to put the space in there, man. It's always awkward because you don't know when you're supposed to put the space on, when you're not. So when you do it wrong, it will let you know. It'll say no. That is a dumb command. So it's not showing any replies. It is in flood mode. So the TAC S sets the SYN flag. The TAC A spoofs the IP address, and the TAC P specifies the destination port. The TAC flood sends a huge number of packets. This command initiates a SYN flooding attack on the Windows 10 machine. After a few seconds, press Control-C to stop the SYN flooding of the target machine. Okay, I shall be nice. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh, look at that. Almost 5 million packets transmitted to that one computer. You think that's good? No, it's not. If you send the SYN packs for a long period, then the target system may crash. I might have crashed the system. We'll see. Observe how in very little time the huge number of packets are sent to the target machine. HPing 3 floods the victim machine by sending bulk SYN packets and overloading victims' resources. All right, we're going to switch to the Windows 10. Oh, hey, look at all that stuff on 22. Let's see. Oh, hey, look at all that crap. Take all my packets. Now, observe the graphical view of the captured packets. To do so, click Statistics from the menu bar. And we're going to do the input-output graph. The Wireshark IO graphics Ethernet 2.0. Let's see all packets. Oh, hey, it just took a while to load. Yeah, holy crap. Okay, Windows appears, displaying graphical view. After analyzing the IO graph, click Close. To close the Wireshark IO graphs Ethernet 2 window, close the Wireshark main window. Just stop and quit. Yeah, I don't want to save all that data. Now we should perform a POD attack on the target system. So click the type here to search. Why would I do that? Okay. I don't like this, but okay, fine. Great. Okay, I was like, what? Okay. So now we're going to hping 3. Sierra P space 21 flood 10.10.10.10. Okay. TAC D specifies data size. TAC S sets the SYN flag. TAC P specifies the destination port, and FLOOD sends a huge number of packets. This command initiates the POD attack on the Windows 10 machine. In a POD attack, the attacker tries to crash, freeze, or destabilize the targeted system or service by sending malformed or oversized packets using a simple ping command. For example, the attacker sends a packet that has a size of 65,538 bytes to the target web server. This packet size exceeds the size limit prescribed by RFC 791 IP, which is 65,535 bytes. Seeking system reassembly process might cause the system to crash. HPing3 floods the system machine by sending bulk packets and thereby overloading the victim's resources. Click the Windows 10. Oh, hey, there you are. Took you a while, buddy, but you just showed up. That's great. Look at that. Okay, under the Performance tab, by default, the CPU performance is displayed. Observe degradation in the system, which might result in system crash. I mean, it didn't crash yet, but it is not responding. Yeah, it just told me no. All right, so we're going to hit Control-C because we're nice. And stop that. $14 million packets. Oh my gosh. Now we shall perform a UDP application layer flood attack on Windows Server 2019 machine using NetBIOS port 139. To do so, first determine whether NetBIOS port 139 is open or not. So open. Okay, here. We'll use NetBIOS port 139 to perform a UDP application layer flood attack. Okay, so now we're going to do flood. So TAC 2 specifies the UDP mode, TAC P specifies the destination port, and TAC flood sends a huge number of packets. Oh! Why did no one tell me? I trusted you all. All right, there we go. So now we're going to click on Windows Server 2019, switch to the Windows Server machine, do that, use the crappy password that they made, double click Wireshark. Oh yeah, really? Maybe just a little bit? All right, Wireshark, network analyzer window appears. No, it doesn't. My Wireshark is broken. Oh, I got it. Okay, look at that. Remind me later. Oh, look at all those UDP packets. This is pretty cool. And it's coming from 10.10.10.13. Port 139 right there. All right. Let's go over here because we're nice and we're not trying to be jerks. Let's do that. Oh my gosh. 13 million. Let's see. Here we've used NetBIOS port 139 to perform a UDP application layer flood attack. Similarly, you can employ other application layer protocols to perform a UDP application layer flood attack on a target network. Some of the UDP-based application layer protocols that attackers can employ to flood target networks include ChargeN, which is port 19, SNMP version 2, port 161, QOTD port 17, RPC port 135, SSDP port 1900, CLDAP port 389, TFTP port 69, NetBIOS port 137, 138, 139, NTP port 123, Quake Network Protocol port 26,000, holy cow, VoIP port 5060. This concludes the demonstration of how to perform DOS attacks, SYN flood, POD attacks, and UDP application layer flood attacks on a target host using HPing3. Okay, now we're going to do a DDoS attack using HOIC, High Orbit Ion Cannon. It is a network stress and DOS and DDoS attack application. This tool is written in the basic language. It is designed to attack up to 256 target URLs simultaneously. Holy crap. It sends HTTP post and GET requests to a computer that uses Lils-inspired GUIs. It offers a high-speed multi-threaded HTTP flood. A built-in scripting system allows the deployment of boosters, which are scripts designed to thwart DDoS countermeasures and increase DOS output. Here we'll use HOIC tool to perform a DDoS attack on the target machine. Okay then. Hey, look, we're there. Now we're going to applications. We're going to pen testing. We're going to information gathering. We're going to Wireshark. Bad password. And we're looking at Ethernet 0. Okay, go to Windows 10. All right, we're in CEH tools. I'm in model. Wow, really? I'm in module 10? That's crazy, dude. I didn't even think I was this far. That's wild. Feels like it's going to take forever to get this done. And I still got to read through the book. It's a 2,000-page book, guys. Yep. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be doing it. I'm probably going to honestly skip through a lot of it. There's no way I can read all that in time for the test. So let's see. So June 18th, I'm supposed to take this test. The CompTIA. June 18th. Right? And then the Certified Ethical Hacker I just finished last week. So 2 months from then would be June, like maybe like August timeframe. Take that. And somewhere in here I got to take my CND, but I've definitely been focusing way more on Security Plus than CND because CND is not as important. It's considered the cherry on the top. All right. So we navigated here, denial of service, attack tools, copy the folder, copy that, send it to desktop, paste. So to perform the DDoS attack, run this tool from various machines at once. If you run the tool directly from the shared drive and the machines one at a time, errors might occur. To avoid errors, copy the folder high orbit ion cannon individually to each machine's desktop and then run the tool. Similarly, follow the previous step 5 on Windows Server 2019. In. It's on their Z drive. I just couldn't remember which drive it was on off the top of my head. Yes, stop bothering me. Ugh. All right, so we're going to the Z drive. Right, module 10, denial of service. All right. Okay. Okay. All right, so let's go to Windows 10. Fire the laser. Oh my gosh. I'm firing my laser. All right. Targets. So I'm going to add a target. See. Wait, wrong slashes. 0.10. Under the booster section, generic boost, add. All right, set threads value to 20. Now, okay. I'm gonna add a target. Okay. I generic booster, add 20. Oh, cancel that. Oh, where's that lightning control? There we go. CH. Oh, what's that one? There we go. Where's my CEH files? That one. That one. So this denial service setup is a little crazy. All right, DDoS attack tools, high-order cannon. Oh wait, let's put this on the copy. Paste. I'm gonna add a target. All right, what's my target? I have to switch to each machine and fire to laser. All right, so that's 2016, 2019, fire to laser. I'm firing my laser. I need to go to Windows 10 now. Firing my laser. So I just switched between 3 different computers on the virtual machine, and all 3 of them are firing my laser. Should have said fire my laser, but it's okay. They don't understand memes. All right, so we're gonna go to Patriot Security, and holy crap! So the wireless starts are capturing large volume pocket, which means the machine is experiencing a huge number of incoming packets. Those packets are coming from Windows 10, Windows Server 2019, and Windows 2016 machines. You can observe that the performance of the machine is slightly affected and that its response is slowing down. In this lab, only 3 machines are used to demonstrate the flooding of a single machine. If there are a large number of machines performing flooding, then the target machines here paired security resources are completely consumed and the machine is overwhelmed. In real time, a group of hackers operating hundreds or thousands of machines configure this tool on their machines, communicate with each other through IRCs, and simulate the DDoS attack by flooding a target machine or website at the same time. Target is overwhelmed, stops responding to user requests, or starts dropping packets coming from legitimate users. The larger the number of attacker machines, the higher the impact of the attack on the target machine or website. On completion of the task, click Fire to Laser again, and then close the Hawk windows on the attacker machine. Also close the Window Shark. I can just close the Window Shark right now. Close. Fire to Laser. Holy crap, stop. Ole dole. Yeah, you need to stop. Boom. All right. So they want me to use the LOIC, the low orbit ion cannon. It's a network stress testing and DDoS attack application. We can also call it an application-based DOS attack, as it mostly targets web applications. We will use LOIC on a target site to flood the server with TCP packets, UDP packets, or HTTP requests. Oh my goodness. With the intention of disrupting the service of a particular host. Here we'll use the LOIC tool to perform a DDoS attack on the target system. In this task, we will use Windows 10, Windows Server 2019, and Windows Server 2016 machines to launch a DDoS attack on the Parrot Security machine. Okay, Windows 10, CEH. All right, so we're going to select our target first. It's funny, I'm just attacking myself over and over again. Lock on target. What? What? Oh, you're doing it wrong. That's funny. I like that. That's good. It's in the IP field. Oops. Okay, there we go. Under the attack options section, select UDP. Method UDP. Threads 10. I'm a charging my laser. There we go. We got somebody who got it. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Break time. Oh. Oh. Oh, guys. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I just found out my wife is not using the chair. That is a travesty. So I'm going to go use the chair. It's good for me, man. Oh, heck yeah. Try not to drop. Come on, you got this. course, I want. Oh, gosh. Talk about timing. Never ceases to amaze me. Guys, look at it. Isn't that gorgeous? Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, what a gorgeous chair. It feels like a race car chair. Oh, or the best gaming chair ever. Oh, watch this. Yeah. Oh boy. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this feels good. Oh my gosh. Oh yes, it feels so good on my back. Oh, oh, oh. Where's this? Is it this one? This one I always forget. Oh! Oh. All right, good night. I'll see you guys later. I don't want to sleep in this chair. It literally is that comfortable. Yeah, I like it. The only thing that I would suggest is, so for me personally, I'm 6'5", right? And I lean back, and my head rests on the edge right here. So for me, I would want to get a bigger one just because that's really annoying to me. But that's just a personal opinion. I've heard some reviews, people like that, their chair at that height, or 6'5". So, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I just ain't seeing it. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah, Streamlabs chairs feel oh so good. Would recommend. Oh gosh, I feel like I'm gonna go conquer the world right now. Alrighty, Roo. Oh, again, I'm not being sponsored by Streamlabs. I bought this chair, my own money, but it feels amazing, and I bought it for my wife, not me. Yeah, I feel like I could fall asleep in this chair. It's crazy. All right, so yeah, we're not doing that anymore. What am I doing? What is going on? Okay. So we're doing the low orbit ion cannon. I typed in the address. Yep. All right, so now I need to do it on all the other machines. So I did it on Windows 10, so I need to do it on Windows 2019. Let's go back. Let's go back. I love how it's like close out of all this. I'm like, I'm not going to close out of that. Are you crazy? Okay. Locked on. UDP, threads 10, medium. Okay. Let's do 2016. I feel like it needs to be more up. There we go. Maybe if only the Navy could like get watch standard chairs like this. Oh my gosh, my nights on watch would be so much easier. Yeah, I feel like she needs like a higher desk now because of the chair. Yeah, wow, it feels good. It feels so good. It feels so good. Like clicking on UDP. Okay, so all three of them have been set. I'm gonna charge my laser. Let's go to -10. Charge my laser. Okay, -10, -19. Charge my laser. 2016 should be going still. Good. All right, click parent security. Then we need to do Wireshark. Oh my gosh, is this bad? Pen testing. Oh, this is awful. This is awful. This is like the worst kind of person to do this. Our wireless network is showing a crap ton of stuff coming from port 80. Yeah, large volume packets. You know, do I really need to watch this? No, I don't. I'm just gonna hit stop flooding on all these. Stop flooding. We get the gist. Good job. We did a DDoS attack using Loic. Detect and protect against DOS and DDoS attacks. DOS and DDoS attacks are one of the foremost security threats on the internet. Thus, there is a greater necessity for solutions to mitigate these attacks. Early detection techniques help to prevent DOS and DDoS attacks. Detecting such attacks is a tricky job. A DOS and DDoS attack traffic detector needs to distinguish between genuine and bogus data packets, which is not always possible. Techniques employed for this purpose are not perfect. There is always a chance of confusion between traffic generated by a legitimate network user and traffic generated by a DOS or DDoS attack. One problem in filtering bogus from legitimate traffic is the volume of traffic. It is impossible to scan each data packet to ensure security from a DOS or DDoS attack. All the detection techniques used today define an attack as an abnormal and noticeable deviation in network traffic statistics and characteristics. These techniques involve the statistical analysis of deviations to categorize malicious and genuine traffic. As a professional ethical hacker or pen tester, you must use various DOS and DDoS attack detection techniques to prevent the systems in the networks from being damaged. This lab provides hands-on experience in detecting DOS and DDoS attacks using various detection techniques. Detect and protect against DDoS attacks using anti-DDoS Guardian. Overview of DOS and DDoS attack detection. Detection techniques are based on identifying and discriminating the illegitimate traffic increase and flash events from the legitimate packet traffic. The following are the three types of detection techniques. Activity profiling. Profiles based on the average packet rate for a network flow, which consists of consecutive packets with similar packet header information. Activity profiling profiles based on the average packet rate for a network flow, which consists of consecutive packets with similar packet header information. Sequential change point detection filters network traffic by IP addresses, targeted port numbers, and communication protocols used, and stores the traffic flow data in a graph that shows the traffic flow rate over time. Wavelet-based signal analysis analyzes network traffic in terms of spectral components. Task 1, detect and protect against DDoS attack using anti-DDoS Guardian. Anti-DDoS Guardian is a DDoS attack protection tool. It protects the IIS servers, Apache servers, game servers, Camfrog servers, mail servers, FTP servers, VoIP, PBX, and SIP servers and other systems. Anti-DDoS Guardian monitors each incoming and outgoing packet in real time. It displays the local address, remote address, and other information of each network flow. Anti-DDoS Guardian limits network flow number, client bandwidth, client concurrent, TCP connection number, and TCP connection rate. It also limits the UDP bandwidth, UDP connection rate, and UDP packet rate. Here we will detect and protect against a DDoS attack using anti-DDoS Guardian. In this task, we will use the Windows Server 2019 and Windows Server 2016 machines to perform a DDoS attack. Oh, hi. How's it going?
It's going great. Can we tell you about it?
Do you want me to stop the Twitch stream?
Can you pause or do you have to end it?
I have to end it.
Oh, no, it's okay, babe.
What? I'm just doing this denial of service attack. I'm charging my laser. Look.
Oh, congratulations, babe.
I'm firing my laser.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
Sure.
Hang on. I can mute it.
Yeah, mute it.
Yeah. If I can find it. Give me a sec.
bring that. I play on.
To get that stuff recorded, so.
They can hear about how I thought it was gross.
Okay, hit yes. All right, so task 1, detect and protect against DDoS attack using anti-DDoS Guardian. Oh, did you have a chance to send me that picture?
You wanted the picture of your phone, right?
Oh, actually, yeah, that's actually a lot better. Why didn't I think of that?
Which one were you wanting?
I was thinking the Mortal Kombat picture, and then I was like, no, that is a great point. I forgot to tell you guys, I went to the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. It's freaking sweet. Definitely should check it out, man. Oh, that's funny. I didn't read that on there. And harpoons, airstrikes, and nukes fail. Yeah, so I got a picture on this throne.
It looks like it's the Game of Thrones one,
It's-
so with keyboards.
It's Game of Thrones with keyboards that are just gorgeous. I told her I wanted the chair, and she said no. She told me
No,
no.
you asked me to make the chair for you with the Razer keyboards, and I said you're crazy.
Oh yeah, she said I was crazy because I wanted this chair, but that chair is sweet.
Babe, I know it's sweet,
It's a throne.
but also you do realize you wanted Razer keyboards. You know how expensive one Razer keyboard is? And then that was like what, like maybe 30 of them? And then you're not even gonna use them. You're gonna use them, Brandon? You're gonna like melt them or like glue them onto the chair and basically ruin it.
Worth it. YOLO.
No, babe.
I'm actually going to update my Twitch account right now, guys, so you guys can see that photo. See if I can do this on my phone. Will you let me?
Babe, maybe I should make mine that one too.
Oh my gosh. Edit profile, profile picture. Choose existing photo.
Should I tell my mom that I made it to round 2, or should I wait till they like officially?
It's up to you, babe. Like, whatever
What if,
you want to
like, they like
do.
decide last minute, hey, we don't want you.
I mean, it's not over till the fat lady sings, right? So you've still got a couple more interviews to do. So don't get your hopes up,
I might get my hopes up.
but also like don't be afraid to tell people like you made it through the first interview. Oh yes, babe. It's uploaded.
Alright, shall I text her one?
So yeah, guys, if you see my profile picture on Twitch, it shows the freaking throne, and you can see like these keyboards are winged out and they're all like flashy. It's really cool. But yeah, I got a picture on it. Super excited. Also, I definitely want to keep going to Vegas just for the arena. Legit.
We heard it here, it's recorded, it's live. Once we're back to Vegas, we're doing it now. Especially since
Just for the arena.
if I get this raise, Brandon, yo. We go to Vegas so much more often.
How often do you want to go to Vegas?
At least once a year.
That's a lot.
Well, if we end up doing this more often, it's probably more than once a year.
I don't know. I don't know if this is going to kick off, but I'm just doing it because
You gotta
I think,
Record, Brandon.
like for me, like this is really good because I can record when I'm studying.
Yeah.
So that way, when I go to YouTube, I can access it and relearn everything. Because I am definitely not retaining all this information, but because it's so much, I am learning a lot though. I hope you guys are learning too. Like that's kind of the point of this is to learn how to ethically hack. I'm gonna run to the restroom actually right now.
Go potty, babe.
I got to go potty.
Why are you going downstairs?
I gotta grab water too. All right, there's that. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. No, 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 no. Ba, 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 ba. Should I make that my YouTube profile picture now too, or no?
Well, that's up to you, babe.
I just didn't know if it would be considered unoriginal if I had like two of the same profile pics.
Why would it be unoriginal?
Or like excessively used pic kind of thing. Let me see my channel. Edit channel. Yeah, picture. Choose from photos. Dun. That'd be cool if they had like if Steam Labs had like a Game of Thrones, but like for HyperX kind of based. It'd be like gaming is coming, right? Right there, boom. Doom, 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 doom. There we go. Updated that one too. But yeah, congrats, babe. I'm so proud of you. Doom, doom, diddling, doom, 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 diddling, doom, doom, diddling, diddling, doom, diddling, doom. Sorry, guys. I'm really, really distracted here. All right. So, task 1, detect and protect against DDoS attack using Anti-DDoS Guardian. Anti-DDoS Guardian is a DDoS attack protection tool. It protects IIS servers, Apache servers, game servers, Camfog. I feel like I read this to you guys already. All right. Here we will detect and protect against a DDoS attack using Anti-DDoS Guardian. In this task, we will use Windows Server 2019 and Windows Server 2016 machines to perform a DDoS attack on the target system Windows 10. On the Windows 10 machine, navigate to B drive. Oh. I'm using my own. Whoops. Come on. Really? Really? Oh no, that's the wrong one. All right, let's get back over here. Okay, protection tools, Guardian. Double click Anti-DDoS Guardian setup. All right, hit next. The next. 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 Uncheck. Click next. I'm going to do a quick launch. Okay. Install.
My chair looks so sexy. Where's Paris? Okay, that might be.
All right. Anti-DDoS wizard window appears. Click continue and all the wizard steps, leaving all the defaults. This window, click finish. Click show hidden icons from bottom right, and it'll show me Anti-DDoS Guardian. Oh. Anti-DDoS Guardian window appears, displaying information about incoming and outgoing traffic as shown in the screenshot. Now click Windows 2019. Okay, so they want me to use HOI2C. HOI-C2. Okay. How to add targets. What's wrong?
Come on, my baby.
Is Angel coming home? Are you excited for Angel?
Where's that? Where? Here, monster. Okay. I think she needs some love and attention.
All right, there's that. Set the threads to 20. Yes. There we go. We're at 20. Oop, I hit 21. All right, now. Really? I'm trying to. Who was my target? Oh, 10.10.10. Okay.
First, go get your Cookie Monster. First, go to the Cookie Monster. I'm not getting it for you.
So
I
2019
didn't
setup.
walk through.
That's 10.
There, stop scratching the door. Yeah, it's not on now. What up on now?
Yeah. Do I not have anti-DDoS set up on here?
So what do you think about my date?
Okay, how would you, like, is that the girl that you've been talking to at work?
Ballin'! Yeah, maybe.
She's your supervisor?
No, she's not my supervisor.
Oh. Wait, are y'all dating now?
No, not officially, but yeah, we went out one day.
Yo, she's awesome. I definitely approve.
Yeah,
Yes.
she cute. She cute. I don't do that. Oh, you didn't know about that?
Huh?
I did.
I heard-
Picture.
Wait, I didn't see a picture.
Or I told you that you
Yeah.
showed me a video.
Yeah, you showed me a video. I didn't see it though.
You didn't see the video.
No.
What? She like, yeah, like, she was all surprised. You know Ron? Yeah, Ron was wrong. Like, yeah, like, what Ron? Wait, which ones? Like, Alicia? Oh my God, how you know that? Oh no, everything started because I had a bottle of tequila in the trunk because I was putting the suitcase in, and she goes, like, well, here, hold this. Like, I can't hold, just hold it. She holds it. So I don't drink. Like, oh, you guys still do this? Yeah. Like, oh, really cool. What about you? Like, well, I live in LDS Sanders' house. Like, you can't do nothing with that, really? She didn't believe me at first.
She didn't believe you.
No.
And then she's like, you're like, I live with these people.
I was like, let me show you a picture. Like, she like, this is the people I live with. Oh my God, I didn't know that. She went all absurd.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's funny.
She asked her when she started talking like, oh my God, she's like, what'd I do? I just triggered something I wasn't supposed to. Like, yeah, Alicia, like, I lived with Alicia back in the wars back in Texas. Oh my God, really? Like, it's a small world then.
I know. Whenever you like showed me, I was like, how does he know her?
Yeah.
All right.
Snapchat.
Fire laser
That's
on
so
2019.
That is funny. She started talking about you, like, so you know her dad? And I was like, yes, especially dad. I love her mom. She's super nice.
Especially since like they've lived with us for like so long.
You know, unbelievable. They just left from the house. Really? Like, yes. They just left to their mission. Oh my God. Like, started talking about you 24/7. I could have stopped talking. Hey.
You're like, what did I do?
I live with them. You face like, oh my God, say hi for me. Oh, just ask her and see if you want to come over.
Yeah, does she want to come over?
She has all this week off.
Wow, she can maybe do something. Double date.
Her sister's here in town.
Oh, is that why she took the
That's
week off?
when, yeah, we want to go pick her up in the airport. And we want to go eat and then she went home. Yeah.
All right, engaging.
I know, right? She wants to, like, what church you go to? Oh my God, are you invited me to church?
Really?
Amazing, huh? I go like down the street where I live. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
But yeah, you can invite me to your church if you want to.
You're like, I'm with you.
I'm down.
Yo, on Young Living, I applied to like 4 jobs. They denied me every single one.
All of them?
Dang.
But I will say they're like the ones that like actually get back to me the fastest. Like after like a week, they're like, okay, like we're not gonna go with you.
Why did they deny me?
All right, I'm sending a huge number of packets
Maybe I should do that.
coming
Like,
from 10.
I know the managers, and it's like you refer, because like I got like there was a lot of people ahead of me hiring. They just went in front of everybody.
Really?
Yeah, I got hired before everybody. Like, how do you do that?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So, yeah.
Right now, I have, so I
Not as
just finished my
much.
first round of interviews at Podium, and I have my
It's
second
like
one.
10.10.10, 19. Oh.
So hopefully,
Shotgun, you didn't know you can, but they didn't know how smart you are. That's why.
I know, I'm like, man, I was like, oh, wow.
Oh,
I was like, the Lord has better things in store for me.
my goodness.
My God, I don't know.
Here we have selected 10.10. You can select either. I went with 10.10.10.19, and this is crazy. Anti-DDoS. Guardian traffic detail viewer. When it appears, is playing content of the selected session in the form of raw data. You can use various options from left-hand pane as clear, stop, listing.
That's all weird girls like that. I got mad whenever I was the one texting Brandon. Yeah. I was like, this boy ever text. I literally got so mad whenever. So he
Using a
was
block
like,
IP option
telling me that his
blocks
phone is
IP
dying,
address
or, like,
sending a
he
huge
had
number
phone
of
number
packets.
Or give me his Facebook Messenger. That's what it was. And I was like, oh, this boy's like broke, you know, because he's a college student, doesn't have a phone or whatever. He had 2 phones. I got so mad.
One for the homies.
I was like, are you kidding me?
One for business, one for pleasure.
Oh, there you go.
I made sure I was on both.
But then I got rid of that phone when I quit my job, so I only have one phone now.
Now you're mixing business and pleasure.
boy, bother.
I think Brandon doesn't save phone numbers just so I can never be like, oh, who's texting you? Who's this random number? Because they're all random numbers.
I know that's what my cousin's like. Don't be texting them every day. Like text them once in a while. Don't be weird. Text them all day.
I would ask him like, do I get it like, you know, do
That's
like you text me
crazy.
every day? If not, like, you're
Well,
too
like
busy.
girl got her number. She like text me. But she doesn't. She
Alright, let's stop firing the lasers. Holy crap.
I don't know. I would be like, Brandon, you don't really have me. Why aren't you texting me? And I would like text him first, like
That one no
sure.
longer works. Okay.
Like, yeah, you can text me. You can want to be with me.
Yeah, you're pretty cool. She approved. She alright. For a minute, you know how she looked like for a minute when she had her mask on? Like her other friend, the little light short friend that used to come over.
Megan?
Well, when she had her mask like right here.
No way.
No, but I like this one, she survived her energy. She has over the face.
Really?
Yes, cool. She gave me pizza that she had in her trunk.
Really gross. How long have you been in there for?
I don't know. Should I go pizza? Eat it. She took a bite of it. You give me just a half pizza. You take the other half. She was laughing. But my manager gave me. When did this happen?
That's
I don't
crazy.
know. It was just in my trunk.
Alright. That looks
She's
like
Mexican too.
Yeah, she is.
service. Let's see, did I
Yeah,
finish
she's
this?
really funny. She's really sweet.
My training.
I feel like she is.
My transcript? My training? Okay, there we go.
Her mom called her and said, like, your mom says hi. Your mom says that, you say that. Hi.
Like, who's saying hi?
I had a good day.
What? I finished that. Whatever. Alright, I'll go through and click all these. Dude, have you sat in this chair yet?
I'm blurry right now. I don't know.
Feels really good. Oh,
I found her wife's chair.
it is. I'm
But
just
he's
using it right
streaming
now.
now, so.
My
And I went upstairs to do my therapy,
so like her chair that she has, it's good, but
that
like
one's great.
this is great.
Look at that back. Like, look how sexy that back is.
I know I would do that.
I like the fact that they put winter is coming on the shoulder. So like I look over,
like a little, like,
it's like winter is coming. Ooh. Alrighty then. Did I show you the chair that I sat in at HyperX in Las Vegas?
Let me show you.
She's got it on her phone too. But it was like a Game of Thrones. It's a Game of Thrones chair basically.
Right there?
Yeah.
I didn't have to walk.
With keyboards that light up and they are cycling.
Like, right there's the wall, and then that's the actual chair.
That's a huge chair.
Yeah, dude.
That looks like your keyboard too.
Yeah. And they cycle through.
Because of the Razer keyboards.
Were they Razer keyboards?
Yeah, you know why they're Razer? Because you're like, oh look, they're Razer keyboards. Alicia, I want to use Razer keyboards too. Buy them and put it together for me. Answers? No.
The answer is no. Yeah, no, that Razer is super expensive. They're like.
Except I want a laptop in there.
Huh? So she wants a 240 hertz.
Yeah, 240.
And I've got 144 hertz on this right here. And this is freaking fantastic. She's like, I was like, dang. So basically the refresh rate would be so quick. Like everything would be almost real time.
Like, I was just trying to use mine, and mine was like lagging.
Oh, did you know they got StarCraft for free on BattleNet? Yeah, so basically the original StarCraft you can play for free. And they've got the Brood Wars expansion pack on there. And so last night Alicia and I played a game of StarCraft.
We were all night playing that game?
We didn't do all night.
Basically.
We came close to doing all-nighter though. She gave up.
Yeah,
and I
it's
just
like, kill me.
because she was upset because she didn't realize that it shows your win streak on there. And I already beat her once, and she was like, I can't lose. And I was like, I was having a tough time trying to kill her. Like, it wasn't working, and then she just gave up.
You're putting that work in?
Like, I was doing really well, like, defending it. Like, the first time around, I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna do stuff and see what happens.
Yeah.
I didn't realize, like, I could build more people, and so finally the second round, I was like, okay, I got this. And I was like, I'm tired. Brandon, I literally was so tired. I woke up at 7:20 today.
You're
I
welcome.
had to be at work at 7:30. I really thought I was late. I was like, oh, what time is it?
So do you think StarCraft would be a game you would continue to play or not?
Yes, if it's not freaking like, because we played that second one. The first one was like 26 minutes, like almost 30 minutes.
Yeah.
The second one was more than an hour long.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty long.
So
I want to play with the cartoon version though. The StarCraft cartoon looks absolutely hilarious. It looks like Castle Crashers and StarCraft had a child. Animation is hilarious. Let's see. Denial of service and distributed denial of service. Let's just go through all this real quick. What? I'm very confused. Did I skip something there? Why, hello. Hi, puppy. Oh, yes. Come here, my puppy.
I just got denied CH2 healthcare.
Oh, you did? What did they say? They said I'm not looking for something in that position at this time or something? Just my puppy. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You get the scratches. Yes.
So it's just saying that for this position, they're going to go with other candidates. They said please apply for other positions with me as we think that you're good in our company, but it's like, okay, well, what things like, I can apply other positions with that same email, like,
What other positions are open?
there's like maybe 3 other like business/finance related, everything else like engineering. It's like, okay, you want me to apply as an engineer, like,
Probably
Right.
not. Probably
Right.
business.
right, but the other 2 is like senior finance analysis, and the third is like business administration. I try applying for that, and I don't think I did that.
Yeah, I don't know.
All you Twitch streamers out there, let me know what's a good company to work for. Hashtag right now, it's podium.
Okay, in my lab. Okay. Come on. God, that was so difficult to do. All right, session hijacking. All right. Gotta build that lab. Do you want me to charge your headset? What's on there? That's gross. What is that?
Well, I have to work during lunch, and so I'll be like literally on phones and trying to do the same time.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Have you been using that?
No.
Oh, so that's what you should.
That's so gross.
Yeah, no, it's a cheap headset and it shows too.
How much did it cost you?
I think it's like $45.
40
No, I think I ended up paying 30 for it. There's also like some coupon discount.
bucks. That's not cheap.
Compared to other ones, they're selling headphones like that for like $90 for even.
You know what'd be funny is if you got the those cat headphones from Razer, and you would have like Zoom conferences, and people are like, All right, session hijacking. A session hijacking attack refers to the exploitation of a session token generation mechanism or token security controls that enables an attacker to establish an unauthorized connection with a target server. The attacker guesses or steals a valid session ID, which identifies authenticated users, and uses it to establish a session with the server. As an ethical hacker or penetration tester, you should understand different session hijacking concepts, how attackers perform application and network level session hijacking, and the various tools used to launch this kind of attack. You should also be able to implement security measures at both the application and network levels to protect your network from session hijacking. Application level hijacking involves gaining control over the hypertext transfer protocol, HTTP, user session by obtaining the session IDs. Network level hijacking is prevented by packet encryption, which can be achieved with protocols such as IPsec, SSL, and SSH. The objective of the lab is to perform session hijacking and other tasks that include, but are not limited to, hijack a session by intercepting traffic between server and client, steal a user session ID by intercepting traffic, detect session hijacking attacks, overview of session hijacking. Session hijacking can be either active or passive, depending on the degree of involvement of the attacker. Active session hijacking. An attacker finds an active session and takes it over. Passive session hijacking. An attacker hijacks a session and instead of taking over, monitors and records all the traffic of that session. Lab tests. Ethical hackers or penetration testers use numerous tools and techniques to perform session hijacking on the target systems. Recommended labs that will assist you in learning various session hijacking techniques include perform session hijacking, hijack a session using Z, attack proxy, zap, intercept HTTP traffic using BetterCap, detect session hijacking using Wireshark. Perform session hijacking. Lab scenario. Session hijacking allows an attacker to take over an active session by bypassing the authentication process. It involves stealing or guessing a victim's valid session ID, which the server uses to identify authenticated users and using it to establish a connection with the server. The server responds to the attacker's requests as though it were communicating. Let's see. With an authenticated user, after which the attacker is able to perform any action on the system. Attackers can use session hijacking to launch various kinds of attacks, such as man-in-the-middle, denial of service attacks. A man-in-the-middle attack occurs when an attacker places himself or herself between the authorized client and the server to intercept information flowing in either direction. A DOS attack happens when attackers sniff sensitive information, use it to make a host or network resource unavailable to users, usually by flooding the target with requests until the system is overloaded. As a professional ethical hacker or penetration tester, you must possess the required knowledge to hijack sessions in order to test the systems in the target network. The labs in this exercise demonstrate how to hijack an active session between two endpoints. Lab objectives. Hijack a session using Z attack proxy, ZAP. Intercept HTTP traffic using BetterCap. Overview of session hijacking. Session hijacking can be divided into three broad phases. Tracking the connection. The attacker uses a network sniffer to track a victim and host, or uses a tool such as Nmap to scan the network for a target with a TCP sequence that is easy to predict. Desynchronizing the connection. A desynchronized state occurs when a connection between the target and host has been established or is stable with no data transmission, or when the service sequence number is not equal to the client's acknowledgement number, or vice versa. Injecting the attacker's packet. Once the attacker has interrupted the connection between the server and target, they can either inject data into the network or actively participate as the man in the middle, passing the data between the target and server while reading and injecting data at will. Task 1. Hijack a session using Z attack proxy. Z attack proxy is an integrated penetration testing tool for finding vulnerabilities in web applications. It offers automated scanners as well as a set of tools that allow you to find security vulnerabilities manually. It is designed to be used by people with a wide range of security experience, and as such is ideal for developers and functional testers who are new to penetration testing. ZAP allows you to see all the requests you make to a web app and all the responses you receive from it. Among other things, it allows you to see AJAX calls that may not otherwise be outright visible. You can also set breakpoints, which allow you to change the requests and responses in real time. Here, we will hijack a session using ZAP. You will learn how to intercept the traffic of victims' machines with a proxy and how to view all the requests and responses from them. Before starting this task, we need to configure proxy settings in the victim's machine. All right. Let's do this. Add password. Yes. Google Chrome. Let's see. Click the customize. Where is that? Type this it. What do they click on? Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm like, I cannot see this for the life of me. All right, let's see. And select settings. Contact me on the settings page. Scroll down, click the advanced. There's the advanced. I'm like, where is this? Scroll down to system section. Click open your computer proxy settings. Windows 10 setting. Window opens with the proxy settings in the right pane. Under the Use a Proxy. On save that. I think it's saved. After save, close the settings and browser windows. Right. WhatsApp. Is this thing gonna load or what? Here we go. So no, I do not want to persist. Start. Bless you. Click on the plus icon. The break tab allows you.
Is this mine?
Yeah. Allows you to modify a response to a request when Zap was caught. It also allows you to modify certain elements you cannot modify through your browser, including the header, hidden fields, disable fields. Are you done?
No.
Okay. Just let me know when you're done. Disable fields. Fields that use JavaScript to filter out illegal characters. Break tab is added to your OWASP Zap window. Oh, hey, look, there's a break. To configure Zap as proxy, click the setting icon from the toolbar. Um, what toolbar? This toolbar? Have options. In the options window, click local proxies. 8080. Okay. Separate on all requests and responses icon on the main Zap toolbar. This button sets and unsets a global breakpoint that will trap and display next response or request from the victim's machine at break tab. Separate on all request response icon turns automatically from green to red. Now click Windows 10. Go to Movie Scope. Click the Advanced button. Unsafe. There they went to Movie Scope. Look in the Break tab, click the Submit, and step to next request or response. HDD response appears, click the Submit and step. Now in the Break tab, modify moviescope.com. Shopping.com. Okay, so it wants me to edit the host as well. Submit and step to next request or response icon. All right, let me see if I can. Like it's showing up here. So Windows 10 to see if it's in goodshopping.com. It did send me to goodshopping.com. Okay. Okay. Now we shall change the proxy settings back to the default settings. To do so, perform steps 3 and 5 again. Intercept HTTP traffic using BetaCap. Attackers can use session hijacking to launch various kinds of attacks, such as man-in-the-middle attacks. In a man-in-the-middle attack, the attacker places herself between the authorized client and the web server so that all information traveling in either direction passes through them. An ethical hacker or penetration tester, you must know how man-in-the-middle attacks work so that you can protect your organization's sensitive information from them. BetterCap is a powerful, flexible, and portable tool created to perform various types of man-in-the-middle attacks against the network, manipulate HTTP, HTTPS, and TCP traffic in real time, sniff for credentials, etc. Here we'll use the BetterCap tool to intercept HTTP traffic on the target system. BetterCap. Nice. Thanks, babe. I could stop right here, I guess. All right. All right, guys. I am gonna have to go work out. Yeah, I can drag your back. Oh! Save my love.
By the way, I don't like your mouse.
You don't like my Razer mouse?
No,
Why not?
it's really fat.